Alright, very good day everybody. Welcome to another video. This is your personal funky sim pilot. My name is Arkady Gidzenko. I will be your captain for today's flight. And today's flight will take us from Japan to Hawaii. We're flying from Osaka to Honolulu using the PMDG 777-F that I acquired like 2-3 days ago. So this is going to be another one of our long haul series. So I do warn you, if you're going to sit through the entire thing, not only are you a superhero, but you will be extremely understimulated. Unless that is the precise stimulation that you are actually looking for, in which case, you know, knock yourself out. But anyway, so we're using real world time, real world weather, and the aerosoft simple traffic tool. We will not be using GSX with the PMDG 777-F, because I don't think they like each other very much. This is interesting because we've flown on the channel a couple of times, I think, the other direction, from the United States mainland to Hawaii. This time we'll be flying from the other side, from Japan to Hawaii. It's going to be about 7 hours 22 minutes of flight time, and there's going to be some more time involved as well with setting it up and everything. And yeah, so here we are parked. As I said, real time, real world weather. Japan this morning, or I guess evening. Or is it morning? What's the time? I think it's probably morning in Japan. So we're hooked up to the ground power unit, but I don't think that's actually set up inside the aircraft yet. So let's just hop on in. And maybe first we get our flight plan. So Nippon Airways 812 from Osaka to Honolulu. Departure weather 0 to 08 knots. Honolulu 210 13 knots. Few clouds at 3,000 feet. Few clouds at 4,000 feet. Alright, so available. So we'll turn on the external power. Also turn on the ADRU, on the emergency exit lights. And let's have some lights going. Well, basically the logo lights. Not a whole lot extra. It's daytime. Right, so the aircraft systems are powering up. The ADRU is aligning itself. This is a new livery, so I will have to check a couple of things. For instance, the clock, as you can see, is the analog clock, and I prefer the digital clock down here. So we'll have to look at a couple of those things as we go along. So for now, we can start by setting up the FMC. So pausing it. Romeo, Juliet, Bravo, Bravo. So REF Airport. Navigate, I have no clue. And that's where the Navigraph can come in quite handy. I don't know where the hell we parked, but this is called Mike 5. Let's see if we can get away with that. If we just enter Mike 5, will it accept? It does. That's surprising. Very nice. Okay, so route, we can just request that from Reef RJBB to PHNL. So before we accept these numbers, I would like to check our OFP, just to be certain. Cost index 170, cruising here says 350. Block fuel 68.7. You could make it 68.8. Final reserves 7.5. So 68.7. Once we set the payload and we set the fuel, select the route, we'll have a look at that in a little bit. So route requesting, route request has been sent. Route 1 uplink ready, so we load it. In the meantime we can set our squawk code. Okay, so now we should be able to activate and execute. Now if you go to our relax page, we should have the flight plan. So this is 4 pages long. And then let's also get our departure and arrival, now that we're at it. Departing runway 06 left. What did the wind say? 020. Okay. Departure runway 06 left with the TOMOH to Whiskey. 06 left. TOMOH to Whiskey. Transition CAC or CRI. There's no transition, CAC is in there, so let's put in CAC for the transition. Execute. And then we go back index. And then for the arrival, for now we'll just enter what's planned, 26 left. So let's have a look at the wind. That's our arrival, 210, so 26 left should be okay. So 26 left for the Kalani 4 arrival. So it looks like that will be an RNAV approach for 26 left. And I'm saying that as if I know perfectly well how to fly those. I'm not super familiar. And with the Kalani 4 arrival, transition THOMA. That is in there as well. So execute. And that's sitting all in there looking pretty. Just stand by 1 second please. Alright, sorry about that. I think I'm back. Alright, so where were we? We were setting up, so we have the departure route and the arrival programmed in. And we can go back to our init rest page and set up the rest. So performance init initialization, we get the zero fuel weight, we can just get it from here. So we saw 67.3 kilograms on the block fuel. What's the OFP tell us? 68.7. And it's saying 67.3, so again, that's odd number, I don't know why that is, so I'm not going to accept this. So we will have 68 point, well, let's make it 68.8. 68.8 should be fine. So we override that. Reserve 7.5, we can keep that. Cost index 170, I think this is all okay. and then this will accept. So we also need the correct amount of fuel now, because we have now 67.3. I don't know why it does it. So we go SS actions, fuel, and then we set the fuel. So the exact number, 68749ers. 68749ers. There you go. 687, so our fuel is in. Okay, so for the performance planning, we go to the performance tool. Passing runway 06 left, I believe it was. Six left. Giving us takeoff 2 at 49 degrees. Should give us 85.5% of N1, flaps 5, acceleration height 1500, trim 5.75, V1 170, the rotate 170, V2 171. So takeoff 2 rating 49 degrees. So takeoff 2, 49 degrees, giving us 85.5, and that's 85.5. So that finally actually does match up. So for the takeoff, we'll have a flap 5 takeoff, 5.75. 170, 170, 171. So this looks to be working out fine. Let's go to the DNF page and get our winds. That's been shouting at us for a while now. So it's loaded, request. And I think that concludes the setup of the FNC. So we can go, let's put on the legs page for now. Alright, so we're almost done, so let's get our checklist. And we get things going. Oxygen tested, sure, flight instrument heading and altimeter. So the altimeter 2980. I do want to check if they're using American or not. We have departure 1009, so we have the hectopascal. One 009. Pretty set on both sides. Heading, well, we could let's put P250 knots here in this window. And 06 left. Fortunately, that's on the other end. That's how it is. 059ers. We'll just set here on my heading, I guess. Really? There you go. 059er. And from now, let's set 330, I believe it was. But I'm guessing ultimately we'll actually be at a higher altitude. .350. So flight directors, let's turn those on as well, and we are in the lateral navigation and the vertical navigation. So So we turn to our checklist again. So flight instruments, heading, altimeter, that's all been set. Parking brake not set, so we'll do that right now. Parking brake, always a good thing to do. So we can check that before start. Supernumerary signs. Okay, so I'm checking now what is supernumerary signs, usually refer to extra or additional road signs placed alongside standard traffic lights. Oh wait, I did not say it was about the PMDG. So in aviation, supernumerary refers to extra crew members or non-operating personnel on board. Okay, so that's the no smoking and the fasten seatbelts. It's for the supernumerary crew, that's why it's called that. The 777-F has a small area behind the cockpit, the supernumerary compartment, where these extra people can sit during the flight. That's why it has cabin-style signs, even though it's a freighter. And yeah, that's exactly the reason why we sometimes do still turn on the no smoking and the seatbelt sign. Because you are, you know, not totally alone on these flights. There's people there, and you have a responsibility as a pilot, right? So this is a supernumerary section. I was totally unfamiliar with that word, and that has changed today. Right here on the channel, so supernumerary sites, so that's a good point. So then we can indeed turn on the seatbelt signs because we have the fuel loaded now. 68.7. Then MCP, V2 speed, heading, track and altitude, we've set all that just now. Takeoff speeds, we have those too. We have 170, 170, 171. 170, 170, 171. The CDU pre-flight has been completed as well. Trim was 5.75. We can do that. No, we cannot. So we'll need to turn on the hydraulics for that. Let's also get our fuel pumps, and let's actually start the turn on the beacon light as well. We will be starting our engines shortly. We have a little bit of fuel in the center tanks, so we will also need to turn on the center pumps there. Anything else? I think this is all looking very spiffy. So trim, we can set now our trim to 5.75. There you go, that's it. Trim set. Taxi and takeoff briefing completed, so let's have a look at the taxi. So we're departing from 06 left. We're actually parked on the other side. And we can probably get onto these charts, sometimes like the black page to read. Papa. So we get onto either Lima or Papa, and then we'll take a left to cross over to the other side. So that would either be, was it Juliet? I'm guessing Juliet. I'll take a left onto Yankee, and that will take us to runway 06 left. So that's the taxi briefing. So we push back nose to the right. Let's see this correctly. Not sure, are we parked reverse? Let's have a look outside here for a bit. No, we do push back. So push back nose to the right. Nose to the right, and we get out, picking a very big, beautiful, interesting U-shaped figure. And oh yeah, the takeoff briefing. Let's also have a look at our departure. Oh, what the hell is this? That's interesting. I was not expecting this one. So the TOMOH West 2 departure. This applies to all runways. So on RK 06 left, so we'll take a left turn to 270 and then we follow the Colby VOR outbound radio 215 degrees. But the aircraft will do this for us, fortunately. And then I think we'll get on to I'm not sure, maybe we'll take the left here. For now, that's the extent to which I will dedicate my myself to the departure briefing. So, departure briefing has been completed as well, so we can go normal. So before taxi, we have NTIs. So we're pretty much all set. We have the cargo and the both the cargo and the fuel on board. So the gross weight is 289.7 thousand kilograms. Okay, we see the payload here. Load level 73.8. So it looks like we're not totally fully loaded actually. Alright, so since we're otherwise done and good to go, so we'll push back with the nose to the right. We'll get out of here, take a left turn, and then we get ourselves to there where our departing runway is. So am I forgetting anything? I don't think so, so let's just close the doors and all that stuff. Now, ground operation is always a little bit finicky. I would just maybe start by releasing the ground power. Could actually have first disconnected up here, but there it is. Now remove chocks and don't touch the doors at all. And now see, that actually triggers the doors to close. Ooh, look, we have a nice fast camera today. Now there will not be GSX taxiing, so we'll just use the what's it called, the pushback helper. But before we do anything else, we have to make sure everything here is okay. Doors manual. So what's the door page telling us? Wait, let's actually look here. The doors page. Door. So all doors appear to be closed. Not sure what those M's there mean exactly. Like maintenance, that's below the aircraft maybe. In any case, everything looks closed here. Engine on a shutdown mode, doors are on manual, APUs are on like parking brake set, that's your side home. Then I think there's no more valid reason for us to procrastinate. So let's call the tug. We have our beacon on already. The tug is trying to connect. It's so cool that in GSX you actually see the nose of the aircraft go up a little bit. It's so cool. Alright, so parking brake is set now. And let's have them wait for a little bit longer. And go return and go menu. PMDG setup, aircraft, equipment. So I would like the digital clock. I would like 5 feet as well. The settable siren always sounds good to me. I'm like, sure, please. Any siren that you can shut up gets my preference for sure. Auto pre-flight, no, and then the last page. Okay, so that is equipment. Displays, kilograms and Celsius, we already saw that. So there's a whole bunch of options in here. I'm looking for one that is then here under simulation, and I believe some one of the last ones, a parking brake realistic, that's what we like. And auto step climbs, yes. So now if we go to the very first page of this, we can check IRS options. It should be at realistic, and there we go. So return menu FMC, we'll put this on the progress page for now. And then before we get moving, let's go to the legs page and check our altitude. So 350, and that will actually be, and there's one more step climb to GENCO, flight level 370. So now, I'm not sure then if you have to put in 370. Let's see, where do we do that? Index, that's what I need. So would that be performance? Cruising altitude. So if we say cruising altitude is 370. Max altitude. I see. So 330 it is. For some reason the logic doesn't allow currently, if you put in 370 as we wanted to, it is saying the maximum altitude is flight level 346. This has everything to do, I guess, with our current weight. We have a whole bunch of fuel carrying with us, and then we have some cargo. So the gross weight of the aircraft is 289,700 kilograms. That's a lot. Can we see on the VNAV page? And by 1 second. So here on this page you can see the optimum flight level for our current configuration would be 325, maximum 347, recommended 310. So that's why we're doing a step climb. But I'm just not sure how to tell. So here it says cruising altitude 370. Wait, that's maybe because we changed it, right? Let's not mess it up. How do we get back to where we were? Itinerary, index, and perf. So 370. So we'll just put in 330 for now again. And then now if we go to our VNAV page, or where was it? Progress? No, it was VNAV, and then our econ cruise. Step to flight level 350. What if I say 370? Will it accept that? It will. I think we'll try this, because I'm just not sure if it will auto climb sometimes. You know, I'll maybe once we're flying I will look it up. But for now I'd like to try this. Alright, so back to legs page. It's something that I definitely wanted to see, and we may have to use direct TOMOH, but we'll see about that. Alright, so if there's no further questions and delays, then I would suggest we get going. So parking brake released, and let's get taxiing. There we go. And we'll start engine number 2. It would be so nice if we could have this runway. What do you think? Why don't we just change it? I think I'm going to change it. Alright, so it's engine number 2. Now let's get engine number 1. Fuel. Alright, the truck can be released, and we'll set our parking brakes immediately. So the number 1 engine is now starting upwards as well. So maybe I should change the camera speed after all, because it's also really nice to have some speed, but when I use it for myself, you know, I can go really fast, but when other people are watching, it might be a little bit fast if you don't know where it's going. So this appears to be a little bit more friendly. Right, so we're standing here. So we just changed. We're just thinking of changing our runway. That should not be too difficult. We keep the same. So let's go to departure arrival. 06 left. 06 right. Takeoff speed deleted. Okay, well that's fair enough. And still we have the TOMOH to west selected, so we just go execute. Takeoff speed deleted. Okay, let's clear the message. So in the left page, go thrust limit. So let's quickly just try our performance tool again. Sorry about that, but I figured, you know, the runway is just right there. So import from aircraft. Import weather. Let's go local weather, calculate. Takeoff 2 at 44 degrees, trim 5775, that hasn't changed. Then we have 169, 169, 170. Flaps 5, 87.4. So rating takeoff 2 at 44 degrees. So takeoff 2 we have, but we do not have 49, so let's make that 44, 87.3, at 87.4. We'll take it, and then takeoff will be 5, trim is still the same, and these are the new 3 speeds. Alright, that's everything. Then we can go. Runway turn-off lights, taxi lights, and let's not forget flaps for takeoff. Flap 5 and the auto brake to RTO, and let's actually go back to our checklist, because that's precisely what it is for. Anti-ice will be automatically. Let's have a look at the recall. Nothing going on. Auto brake set to RTO. Flight controls, well, they're checked. Ground equipment is clear. And then before taxi takeoff is flaps 5, before taxi takeoff checklist complete as well, and then there's the after takeoff. So then we should officially be good to go. So parking brake released. And let's get out of here. We're using runway 06 right now. Okay, sorry about that. Not the prettiest taxi. Okay, so before we get onto the runway, we'll turn on the landing lights. Wait. That's it, the rest is on, and then the strobe lights. And we'll go TARA if we are. I think we're already on TCAS. Alright. Looking at this, it appears there might be incoming traffic. There it is. That's actually pretty cool. There's traffic right along this line, and there's another one coming. It's a FedEx. Wait for the other traffic too, and then after them we will get into position. So can we expect to see like an aircraft at some point? What we have here? Oh. It's definitely going down. So we should now be 2.5 miles out, I guess. There it is. So if you were fast, we could have definitely made it. I like this, this is cool. And the traffic there has just vacated the runway. We have a bit of a crosswind on takeoff. Let's have a look at our weather. (350) at 7 knots. There's another FedEx. Wow. Dude, really? Are you cutting in line like this? What the hell is this? Oh, that's so cute. He's just following this line, and then he's making a really funky turn, I bet. So that's the Microsoft Flight Simulator AI. But the fact that you see all Nippon is from the Airsoft simple traffic tool that we're using. So I guess we could almost line up. There's more traffic coming, but we're not too worried about them. The moment they will see traffic on the runway, they will go around anyway. I know them. So he's taken off. Okay. So parking brake released, and let's taxi onto the runway. So we don't have to start the timer, it will start running on its own. So do we need anything else? TARA, I think we're totally good to go. Right, so let's get going then. 50%. Takeoff thrust, auto thrust out. Airspeed alive. It's quite a takeoff roll, look at that. Rotate.
V1.
Positive rate, gear up. We're standing by for a left turn. Alright then, we'll let the autopilot take over now. AP is on. Thrust strap, LNAV, CNAV speed. The landing gear up is the after takeoff checklist, so we cannot, okay, flaps can go to flaps 1. We got a little bit early with the flaps 5 there, back to 1. And here is our flaps up speed. So flaps can now come up fully. So that's the after takeoff checklist complete, and then up next will be our descent checklist. So for now we'll put this on comp, and we can get some weather reports of the city of Osaka for us. Alright, so let's get things, keep things rolling. Runway turn off lights, taxi lights, we can turn those off. If this button wants to. There it is. get to the flight deck. I didn't check the transition altitude. We're at 8,500. I think it's 14,000. Yeah, there you go, 14,000 for Japan. Something here looking funny. There's a little discontinuity. And let's see. Let's go direct to catch. Just what is that DOPDA doing right there in front of us? That's a little bit weird. Let's just delete DOPDA. And then catches in that white, so something there. So let's do catch. And that's why you should have a takeoff briefing. But I guess it's looking good. Let's quickly go over the rest of the waypoints. Okay, length KCE 41 and 15 miles. 11,000 feet, nose coming down. Can turn off the landing lights now. And we can turn off the supernumerary signs. Yes, we learned a new word. During the day, these lights up here are never satisfying for me. In some aircraft, like they're really bright, which I love very much. Okay, 40,000 feet past, we can go standard pressure. That's on both sides checked. Underway, KCE 41, 5 miles, and then a left turn to catch. Let's have the free camera again. Returning to catch now. A bit of a shame, right? When you zoom in, you'll see bigger, but obviously it's just very pixelated. 20,000 feet. Central fuel tanks now holding 3.2 thousand kilograms. And what's our rate of burning fuel or fuel flow? 7.8 on both engines. So that's 14, like 15.6. That's quite a lot per hour. So like 15 to 16 thousand kilograms. Is this thousands or hundreds? It is going quite fast. 3.0 is left, especially now since we're at basically still climbing. And when you go to the VNAV page, you can see that the numbers here will start to change after a while. So flight maximum level 347 will become 348. The more we lose our, the more weight we lose. Essentially, the more fuel we burn. Now, I was flying the other day. I didn't really like do an actual flight, but I was playing around after recording with the fuel jettison. You could turn this button, but you will have to look somewhere, and that makes it very finicky. And I think probably if you go to the fuel page maybe, or maybe you need to arm it first and you'll get some numbers there. And you can set an amount of fuel that you would like to jettison. And when you do that, you will actually see the fuel being expelled from the aircraft through one of the openings on both sides of the wings of the aircraft. That was pretty cool. So it actually works, and it's also animated, which is really nice. But obviously, it's something that you should not really need, in simulating, I guess, unless there's like some severe issue and you have to make an emergency landing, for instance, at your departure airport. Let's say in our case we need to return to Osaka, then we might be a little bit too heavy for the aircraft, so we might not have our maximum landing, we might exceed our maximum landing weight. And we should be able to see this in the, can we actually see this in the FMC? Gross weight, zero fuel weight. Well, there's no second page, and there's thrust limits. And then what do we have here on the payload? To go menu and FS actions, payload. No, it doesn't say, I guess. This should be in the OFP. Landing weight. So maximum landing weight is 260,816 kilograms, so 260.8. Our current gross weight is 284.4. So that's about 20,000 kilograms too heavy for us to safely land this aircraft. So yeah, should for any reason we need to return to the airport, I guess we probably just have to dump some fuel.
Traffic.
Okay, where is your traffic? And that near hit yesterday was so damn cool. That aircraft came so incredibly close. I don't know. So yeah, let's go back here, fuel jets. I believe arming would be okay. Maybe if we just arm and we don't do anything. And now here you can see fuel quantity to remain 39.9. So yeah, you can set here the amount that you want to remain in the tanks for it. And then, so first you arm it, and then you can decrease or increase. So first you pull it, and then you decrease or increase, and that will change the value. So let's see if we do to the left. So let's say we want to remain more. So we're currently carrying 63. Let's say we want to drop 20,000. So we want to remain 43,000. And this is now 39 remaining. I don't know, whatever. Let's say remain increase. So increase the amount that we want to remain. I'm not sure how this works. So there you go, 42.9, so whatever. So let's say we change the number. And then if you actually want to do it, you open up the safeguard, yeah, what's it called, push cards. But let's not push that, and then it will start going. So that's actually interesting, and when you do that, you will actually see the fuel being dumped, being jettisoned from the wingtip, or near the tips of the wings. Not on the actual tip, but it's near the wings, near the wingtips. But we are not doing that, fortunately. The APU is still running. Speaking of fuel, we totally don't need it. So let's turn that sucker off. For the climb mode, 31,700 feet. And the progress page, so the time is now 23:04 Zulu. You're expected to arrive 06:39. So in about, what is that? 6.5, well, 37.5 hours or so. Top of climb is 4 nautical miles, but top of climb in this case means 330. It is saying 350 there, but we did see 370 ultimately in the flight plan. Oops, so there's 1 inches there, 370. So I will put this to 370. It doesn't matter for our holding now, because we're holding at 330 anyway, because that's what the flight plan is telling us to do, 330. But hopefully by setting it up like this, it will do the auto step climbs, but I'm not really sure. So in short, recap, what I mean is I set the absolute highest altitude that is on our legs page, 370, and then at the VNAV page we set step climb not to 350 but to 370. So I'm not sure the next climb will it then immediately go to 370. That could also be, so maybe we would have to, this is still a thing that you need to monitor. But that's my idea. But at the same time, the same principle should be at work, so we're now holding at 330. It doesn't go any higher anyway, even though actually there was saying here 350, right? So now it's saying 370. So when it then at some point is allowed to go higher than 330, it should do that, but it should not exceed whatever is on this page. So, oh, this is saying 330 and then to 370. That's so interesting. Okay, so it totally messed things up, I guess, because if you remember, 370 was one waypoint and then top of descent, and then before the 370 we had 350. And maybe by changing here on the VNAV page, by changing the step 2 climb to 370, let's see if we can change it back. If it's say again 350, so basically totally undo everything we were just doing. And then now we go to the legs page, it's recalculating 330, and then it goes to 350, and then above 200 for some reason. And then 350, this is never taken us to 370, but earlier here it said 370. I'm not too worried about it. I just would like to understand, I guess. And things like this are helping. Just to look at these things from a different perspective, changing something, and then seeing something's affected, you know, and if you don't, I mean, I'm not the type to sit down and read a book, you know, and doing it like this, like hands-on, and then I have something that I can go look for proactively or with a specific purpose, rather than just absorbing information, because, you know, my brain doesn't really deal with that absence of direction. I need very specific direction, and then I will assimilate all the information, and that's how my brain likes to work. So that's what I'm trying to do for my brain. So we got traffic there coming. Yeah, they look to be quite close. Look at them. Look at them go, man. Sweet. So fuel low center, and we can see that, 0.9. So when we have exhausted the fuel tank, we'll then turn off the fuel pumps for the center, for the center tanks. These two center pumps, left and right. I could easily do this for 8 hours, and we will. Okay, so we won't, and I could not play that for 8 hours. The cutest, the cutest curtain in all of my aircraft. Look at this. I'm happy like a little kid using it. It sounds so homey, I cannot get over myself, really. I know I've said this before, and I will say it again. This to me is a lot better than this OCD utensil, which is also quite nice. Though I must say it feels like there's no pen coming out on the other side. It looks like, feels like a dummy to me. No offense, pen, I don't mean dummy, but you know what I mean. Okay, so 0.1. So we've pretty much exhausted our center fuel tanks there. So will it ever reach 0? At some point we will get a message up there on the ICA system. It's now saying fuel low center, and then later it will say a warning for the fuel pump center. There you go. Fuel pump center right and left. But it's still saying 0.1, so I'm not sure if this actually will ever go to 0, and well, that makes me a little bit OCD. I'm like, come on man, just please, just go completely empty. So why is there sitting like, what is it, 100 grams? Or how much is it actually, like, well, there should be 1,000, so like 100 kilograms of fuel. They are now definitely displaying empty, but I cannot stand that there's still a value in there, but that's alright. So, fuel pumps, we can turn those two off. They are no longer needed, and then these two messages will go. This will stay at 0.1. We'll have to learn how to live with that. Sometimes there's things we have to learn to live with, isn't there? So, communications. So, if we want to have our weather, we go flight information, ATIS request. Then you can type in here in the scratch pad. I don't think you can type it from the right one. You have to type it from the left one for some reason. If you type in Papa Hotel November Lima, Honolulu, and then you can paste it there. And then you can choose whichever ATIS scores that you would like, and you can choose if you want to repeat it automatically. And that will send us repeated weather reports. Let's go to new messages. Well, we cannot click that quite yet, but we'll get a new message shortly. So cool that you can see these sunshades too. Looks like a sort of a volcanic island there. I'm not a geologist, so I might just be talking out of my ass here. So, looks like we're looking at Oyama. Yeah, so it looks like it's a volcanic island in Japan, Mount Oyama. On Miyakejima. Yeah, so Mount Oyama is the main volcano on Miyakejima, part of the Izu Islands chain. It's an active stratovolcano, meaning it is a layered structure from past eruptions. Known for frequent eruptions, the big one happening in 2000, causing mass evacuation of the island because of dangerous sulfur dioxide gas emissions, not just lava or ash. And then even after the eruption stopped, toxic gas levels stayed high for a year. People returning to Miyakejima had to carry gas masks. So damn, that's some pretty serious stuff these people are living by. And that's that island right there, it would seem. Okay, that looks a little bit, you could see a seam there, but yeah. An interesting little fact. So let's go back to our anal cargo. So we changed everything back, but then the flight level 370 sort of totally disappeared on us, which I can live with. So we passed the volcano yet? No, oh, look, now we can see actually a little bit more. So this is an active volcano in Japan, it's pretty cool. So the last eruption was in the year 2000. A lot of people had to vacate the area, and later they could come back years later, and they still had to wear gas masks. And it looks like they have an airport, so we could maybe fly around there one day, see if we can land inside of the volcano. That's pretty cool. So there's our anal cargo. And this doesn't look all that different from our destination, Hawaii. There's some interesting formations as well. So there's our first weather report. 210 degrees, 11 knots, 10 statute miles, clouds few at 2500 and scattered at 4000, scattered at 25,000, 29 degrees, 2.21. But you know, we only land there in about like 7.5 hours or so, so the weather might definitely change. So I'm thinking of maybe using the similar setup we did earlier. So we have the active route 1 now, and if we go to our, we also go route 2 legs. And then when we go basically on the route 2, we can just do whatever we want. Right now there's nothing. If we go to route, let's go route 1. And how do we get there again? So route, you can go route copy, and this will now be in the route 2. And now we have all the legs, so if you like, let's see, activate, alternate. Yeah, so now if you go to the legs page, it will say route 2 legs in blue. And so here we could, for instance, set up for a different runway, you know, in case the weather changes, then we don't have to do all these things at the last. So right now it's runway 26 left. So we can see with the weather there, I believe the wind was from 210. So that's okay, that will be our runway then, you know. So 210, 11 knots, maybe that's a new update. So 210, so runway 26 would be okay for now, but by the time, like in like 6 hours, 7 hours, the wind may have changed and we'll need to use the other runway. I'm hoping it does, because the runway that we're using now is RNAV approach. And I'm sort of in the process of trying to learn how to fly the ILS approach, like manually, I mean like from 1,000 feet or so, and following the needle. But I believe the RNAV, especially in the 777, is almost pretty much the same. You can just use the flight directors, I believe, to guide you down. It's just not a ILS, you cannot do auto land. Like, I think that's the main difference, but I could be totally wrong. Yeah, I usually am. So, yeah, so we exhausted the center fuel tank, so the center fuel pumps have been turned off. It is still saying there's like 100 kilograms in there. I don't know why, but it's probably just staying there for the rest of the flight. But it was really saying empty, so it was actually giving us a warning here, like, hey man, turn off those dead fuel pumps. So we just do that, turn off the fuel pumps, don't need them anymore. So we still got a lot of fuel on board. And we've looked at the fuel dump, in case we need to do a turnaround to the departure airport. So that was actually interesting to have a look at. So basically you pull the button and then you can increase and decrease the values of fuel that you want to remain. We'll show you down here. You change that value and you just check what's my maximum landing weight. In our case 260,000 kilograms. And our gross weight right now is 280,000, so we would definitely need to lose like 20,000 kilograms. And it's now saying if you do this, you'll remain with 40,000 kilograms on board. So then we'd have lost about 20,000, so actually right now will be okay. And then you would just, so it's armed, and then you just open these push cards, and then you click these two buttons. And you can actually see it modeled as well. So you'll actually just like these, you will just see coming out of the engine, out of the fuel, sorry, out of the wings. You'll actually see the fuel being dumped. That was actually pretty cool. So I'm not expecting we would ever need it in the simulator, but who knows? You can simulate anything, right? So, elapsed time now 40 minutes. And the next event should be our step climb to flight level 350. So that's at 131 Zulu, and that's in about 1,000 nautical miles, which is in about 2 hours from now. And then we'll be cruising the rest of the flight at flight level 350. We can see now the maximum flight level for our current weight is 349. It started at 346. This will work its way up. So the lighter we get, the more fuel we burn, the higher up we can go, and then fly at even more efficient rates. We'll show what these are. Inverts, lower center side. I believe this is probably like a touchpad kind of thing. This is obviously not modeled, so I'm not sure what these are. Side. Will it change anything? Hopefully we don't kill it. AP is on, speed LNF enough path. Well, that's all looking good at least. The step climb is not showing yet. That's in about 1,000 nautical miles. The range of this thingy is 6,040 nautical miles. So we'll not be able to see that just yet. So we could set up for a different landing, for instance, you know, on the page. Let's actually check here on the legs now that we're on the correct one. So it's still displaying route 2. So it's very good to stay clear here. Let's go to route and route 1. So now everything here is related to route 1, which is the active route. And now I'm actually getting curious about the RNF approach, so I'm going to have a look at that. So let's get the approach chart. So runway 26 left. RNF. So let's check this. Let's put a pin in it for now. Six left, this one, okay. So we'll be coming from here, I guess. That's all cool here. So it does take you down to a slope of 3 degrees. It's just that you're not really working. So here it says RNF. Well, usually it would say the ILS frequency, and you might have DME. We do have a VOR at the airport, and probably some of these figures are VOR based, or it doesn't look like it actually. No, right, okay. Yeah, so that's always interesting to have these RNF approaches, but we'll see how it goes down. There is the Honolulu VOR at least, and but this is a problem for our future in about 6.5, 7 hours. And the weather will definitely change in the meantime, or at least it could change. So then what we could do is set up one reactive route. We'll just leave it as it is. So for the RNF runway 26 left, this one. But then the second route we could set it up for the other direction, in case the wind has actually changed by the time we start our descent. But yeah, we're expected to touch down 6:32, so top of descent will be around 0600 hours Zulu. So that's in about 6.5 hours from now. So definitely a lot can happen still in that time. And you know, being the island group that it is, there's a lot of wind. I wouldn't expect it to remain the same. So the Nippon Airways cargo livery, also part of the package, the PMDG 777-F, comes with a lot of liveries actually. A whole bunch of DHL liveries. There's a FedEx, and then some American, some European, and some Asian, and some African airlines operating all in the like logistical cargo variants. We had the Ethiopian last night, flying to South Africa, to Johannesburg, and then today we're flying from Japan to Honolulu in Hawaii, using the Nippon Airways cargo. And I checked actually the flight number is the ICAO code is still Alpha November Alpha, even though it's cargo. Sometimes you will see that, for instance, they will have, like, let's say ANC or something, you know. They have some slightly different ACAO code, but or ICAO code, but in this case they don't. Alright, so chilling at 33,000. that 100 kilograms of fuel in these center fuel pumps, center fuel tanks is driving me insane. I just feel like just turning it on, and obviously it's going to complain here. But I'm like, really, can we not burn that? This is just sitting there, looking like uneven for the rest of the flight. Do you know how long that is? But you know, what can you do? Sometimes you have to accept certain things, and the message will go away. We could, of course, have a look, see if there's any booze in the galley. So these don't open, but it's a good excuse for me to once again use our little curtain here, giving it such a little homey feel to it. So I can just imagine, you know, like these cargo crews, you know, they don't have to accommodate passengers, they don't have to say, hello sir, welcome aboard, you know, it's just a bunch of people working, the aircraft is their office, sort of, and they get them from A to B. They got a couple of seats here. And you know, you probably don't have to wear your uniform, I guess, you know, if there's no passengers, if you can just be as you are. Not really sure what the rules are, but I know there's this guy on YouTube, so this pilot, and he says when he's doing cargo flights, when he sits in there, he just puts on his hoodie, you know, he's just chilling. So I can imagine, you know, and when you have this element here, it's really cool that they put a little curtain and not this dedicated door, you know. Yeah, it's not a door, it's just like, you know, or like a psychological barrier, which is cool, like, hey man, we're working up here, usually yours will be hours, you know. Which is kind of cool. So the gross weight now down to 279, so we should actually not be ready for landing. Not that we have to land, but an interesting thing, I never noticed these things before actually. So the maximum landing weight for this aircraft, for this flight, would be 260,816 kilograms. And currently we are at 280,000. Or 20,000 feet, 20,000 kilograms, too heavy. And the cargo is not even full. Cargo level 73.8, so we could carry even more if we wanted to. I think this is just based on random things by the flight plan from Simbrief. And I know that you can change it, you can say like I want exact numbers and everything. Landing runway 26 left. So let's say we need to land in the opposite direction, could either be 08 left or 08 right. In our case, I would prefer, well, this one is only 360 feet longer, so that's not so much. So either 08 left or 08 right. Runway 08 left does have an ILS. We could maybe, what's our arrival? Climbing 4. That could also be for 08 left, look at that. So we could still use the same arrival. So what we can do is we go to our FMC and we go to route. We're now at the active route, route 1, so we select route 2. We've already copied the first one, so we should have everything here. So now if we go to our legs page, we have the exact same route that's leading us to runway 26 left. So now if we say we're going to change this, we can now go to departure arrival, and now it makes you choose between route number 1 or route number 2. So we are now changing route number 2, so we go PHNL, that's our arrival airport. And we can see declining 4 is already selected. And the RNF 26 left is selected, because that's all copied over, okay? So let's go back up. So ILS 08 left, for instance, so we'll select that, we keep declining 4. And we don't have to execute or anything, this is already basically changed immediately. So we go to the legs page, and then we should see that reflected. So we could plan the entire route now using this, and then at the very end decide to activate it by clicking it, and then it'll just fly the rest of this one. And before we do that, well, we're not going to activate it, but before we land this, let's go back to our original route. So route 1. So this is where we currently are. So obviously, oh look at this. This is actually so nice. I totally forgot the last flight. You can set the center display here also. Look at that. So you have these two right next to each other where you want them. It hardly gets any better than this, believe me. This is so damn awesome. So the IPROS. So let's go to the final part of our flight. So here around the runway, right around the airport. So after nobody, we'll get vectors to CISO. So we're now looking at route number 1, the active route. So for runway 26 left, the RNAV arrival, okay? So after nobody, we'll get vectors. So what does it look like? I think we'll need to zoom in a little bit more. So there's CNAS, by nobody, and then it's vectors. And then we need to go actually to CISO. So we could create a waypoint here based on nobody. Maybe we should actually do that. So at least we have something to fly. So we don't have to bother with vectoring and everything. So to do that, we need to know the direction to and from nobody. And that looks like 141 degrees. So we just click on nobody. It gets put into the scratch pad. It will say the same heading in this case, so 141 degrees. And then with the forward slash, we can now determine what will be the length. Where will it put a waypoint on a 144 radio from nobody. And we could say, for instance, 5 miles. So let's make that 10 miles. So 10. And then we place that onto vectors. You can see it right there, just falling off the screen. And we can execute. And then what we can do is diesel. We copy that and we put that onto the discontinuity there, and we execute. But now I have to zoom out just one step. Now you can see after nobody. Let's do these steps here. And this will become a little bit more clear. After nobody, but it's actually a quite tight turn. It's not very long, but then you can see it places it there. We could also say, for instance, put it at 20 miles, and that would actually be maybe a better turn, more stabilized. So we could actually just do that. So just remove the NDO01. We just delete the sucker, and we click nobody, and it gets there, and it say again 141. And then this time we'll say, you know what, make it 20 miles, and you can keep it. And then putting it there. And we put CISO there, and we say execute. And now it's a little bit longer. Again, it's a bit of a sharp turn, but this is yeah, that's one way of managing this. In this case, it would mean that we can keep on flying in lateral navigation. We don't have to switch over to heading mode, and then, you know, just to sort of have a little bit more, a little less of a workload actually. So yeah, so that could work for us. And we can just keep this in. The route number 2 is totally different, but we could say, well, let's consider this setup, for instance. Then we could now, for instance, say, well, let's go to the active route 1, and we select route 2. So now we're at blue. And we do the exact same thing again. And we just see what we can expect. Whoops. So where are we? Direct? No, I have to go to the legs page. My bad. Okay, so legs page, and this takes us to runway 08 left. We already saw that. And then what does that look like? Well, it ain't working. So battery, shells, stellic. Yeah, we'll definitely zoom in there and have a closer look. The stellage is 4,000, and then Tiger 3, Fog 3, 2200, and then the runway. So this basically looks like sort of a straight in. And yeah, so don't be confused with the pink line. You'll need to now remember we're in the blue, we're in route 2. So it's all displayed here as a blue line. If we zoom out a little bit more, it will become a little bit more clear. So the blue line is here together with the pink one, but then after shells we go to Selig, and then we carry on straight. So there's actually nothing really we have to do. We could, of course, have a look at how far out is Selig and all that. Well, we can see here actually I'm at 10 miles, so that's around 5 miles or so. No, that's about 8 miles, I guess. So did we have, let's see, runway 08 left. Selig is 20 miles from India Hotel November Lima. That will be the ILS. Okay, so that's 17.6 miles. Selig is right there, so that's okay. That's a good starting point. I'll take that. And then we can, we have plenty of time to stabilize. So yeah, we could do that as well, depending obviously on the weather. And speaking of which, what's the time? 23:47. We don't have a weather update yet. But yeah, so this way we can plan the entire thing, like totally, without anything else. Yeah, and then we'll just execute. So for now, this is our backup plan, and not saying it's totally finished yet. We could put in some fixes and some range links that will help us. But basically, this would be the basic approach. So descent, approach, arrival, and then actual final approach. So let's go back to route, and we select route number 1 as our active route. I really like that you can have the navigation display here in the center. If now there were also a button down here that you could zoom in and out, I would be the happiest man alive. Then you could just sit like this without going up here, going back here, going up here. You could just sit like this and go click, 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 zoom, click, click, click. I mean, imagine how damn efficient that would be. Alright, so we don't need this here anymore. Go back to the com page. So the weather report we received was issued 22:53. Yeah, so it's a 1 hourly update. It's almost an hour ago. It's now 23:48. But about 5 minutes or whatever, hopefully we'll get a new update. So we get about 7 weather updates if they keep that up, 6 or 7 weather updates. So that's one of the things we'll keep on monitoring. Obviously I'll be stepping away in a little bit and just rest my body a little bit while keeping the aircraft on autopilot. Making sure that there is very stimulating content on the World Wide Web. Most people streaming and then walking away. But hey man, you know, I'm funny but not crazy. Alright, so I can switch back to map view, Brovrik. Map view. And to step climb, 821 nautical miles, 1030 Zulu. That's in 1 hour and 40 minutes or so. So there's also one window view, which is quite nice. It's actually in the cargo area. I was carrying the same 2 cars. Well, these cars get like all over the planet. I took them to from Ethiopia to South Africa. Now taking them from Japan to Hawaii. So it's like these cars are on a world tour, if you will. There is also a little window here. That's a lot smaller, as you can see. Let's get back to the flight deck, just to be sure that I did not knock off the autopilot. And I did, look at that. So, autopilot re-engaged. Oops. Yeah, come on, stop whining, man. Wait, I may have to go nose up for a little bit at speed brakes. This is actually a dangerous situation. You're totally overspeeding here. So stand by 1 second while I save RS. Okay, so speed brake retracted, autopilot engaged. And what does this mean? Look at this. It wants to wait, and then my mouse is not working. Always at the same time. Okay. Yeah, so we're getting back onto track. And we need to be actually flight level 330. So I think we've been going down for quite a while, man. So that's what you get with walking around like this, like holding the right mouse button, and then when I let go of the mouse button a little bit too soon, I might kick off the, or knock off the autopilot. Because basically I'm just doing this, you know, and then you'll knock off the autopilot. So let's turn it on again. AP on, speed, LNAV, VNAV path. So we're climbing again to 330 at SEAL. So yeah, let's go back to that little window. This is this one. Yeah, so there's just a very tiny little window here that you can look out of. But really, you're not supposed to be here during flight. Well, during flight you are allowed. But there's some rules. So maximum 3 persons for cargo operations, which you are now. And each occupant must carry portable oxygen bottle with full face mask when they enter the cargo compartment. So it's not like you can go there to chill or anything, you know. Okay, this thing at this moment making me nervous. The aircraft is shaking its head, yes, or nodding its head actually. We see this on the outside as well. So very confident aircraft. Looks like a very modest little mouse there, look at that. do have tailwind, 107 knots, that's quite a lot. And after seals, we'll reach the green banana there, is our target 330. There's a call message, so the time 54, so 1 minute late. That's very decent. Surface wind 210 degrees, 11 knots, visibility over 10 statute miles, clouds, few clouds at 2500, scattered at 4000, scattered at 25,000, temperature 29, dew point 21, altimeter 3, oh it says 30. What the hell is that, man? We'll probably get, hopefully we'll get an update on that. So let's cancel that. So at least, yeah, still the same weather. The flight level 330 coming up. But yeah, we were actually overspeeding. We're totally in the red bar, was all the way over here. So that's obviously not a good thing. And then you can say, oh sure, I'll turn on the autopilot again, but yeah. We might have overstressed the aircraft in the simulator quite easily, I think, that way. Fortunately, we're still flying. We would have been a bit of a bomber. I think we need to actually cancel our message. To get rid of the com message there. Okay. So AP's on, speed Delta 19.5, we're holding 33,000. So that's all back to normal. Speed targeting 0.824 Mach. And that's also reflected here on the leg stage. And then after seals we'll actually pick up a little bit of speed, it would seem. 0.837 Mach. That's 7 miles will be at seals. But then it's like 200 miles until we reach 36 Echo 50, where we are allowed to be 0.837. So it will not start, probably not start accelerating immediately. But at least that's sort of what we can expect. So it's quite hazy out there, look. Let's get rid of oops. Maybe if we turn on our weather radar and we'll have weather and turbulence. So this is not clouds, but actual rain or precipitation at least. So 80 miles, 40 miles. Right. So now what? Great. I'm totally liking this, man. Okay, so we could check now what is our, what would be the best altitude. Optimum 331, max 351. So we could do a step climb to 350. And what if we look up a little bit? Let's see. So tilt, let's tilt up a couple of degrees. I'll probably have to wait for it to refresh. But if it then all turns red, you know, then we probably shouldn't be flying there. But I'm guessing this will be okay. And maybe it's already okay now as well, you know, since it's still green. I'm not really sure how severe that all is. And yeah, but very nice. Gives us like an extra little dimension to it and a thing to consider. And what does our leg page say? 330, 330, and then 350. So yeah, so the step climb would only be like in 750 miles. What if we just say let's step climb? I don't know. How do we do that? Are we just going to change it here, or are we? Cruising altitude. So if we say cruising altitude 350. Invalid entry. Flight level 350. It doesn't allow you to do it here. Per minute, VNAV. Cruising altitude, step 2, 350. If we say 330, oh, sorry, 350. Execute. Then we go to our legs page, and then these are all recalculated. And there it goes. It does do sort of an auto climb then, because it didn't really tell it to climb. It's basically following the VNF path. So yeah, I don't know how high up this weather goes. And again, this is not showing you clouds, so it's not like there are clouds and there are none. There might be all clouds, but this is actually the ones that return some precipitation on the radar, I guess. Looking up, it does look like it's thinning out a little bit. And then now, after 350, there is 370, look at it. It's back. Don't really quite understand what's going on there, but I do see that it is going on. It still looks like it's looking a little bit better. There's some dynamic weather up ahead, further down as well. And you know, and then for these flights where there's no passengers, you don't necessarily have to avoid all these heavy turbulence things, you know, because it's also like for the passengers comfort. But really, I've heard that basically what passengers consider severe turbulence is totally peanuts. For some of these pilots that fly these types of flights, or cargo flights, they experience so much more because there's no passengers, you know, so they can simply just keep on flying because it doesn't matter, you know. It's just a little, you know, unless you're looking at extremes, but you know, but apparently the aircraft can handle so much more than what it is allowed to when there's passengers being transported, which also makes sense. Part of the experience, and obviously also you don't want to go looking for trouble, right? So if you can avoid it, then you should. Yes, I think it probably wasn't a bad idea, at least to go and fly a little bit higher. We can afford to anyway, you know. So optimum would still be 330 in that sense, and this is maximum 350. Recommended is 330. But given the weather, I was thinking, well, maybe we'll just go up a little bit. And it's also a way of seeing, getting to learn how to use this thing, because I never actually use it. And I'm still not sure what the complete status is, because I know that some of these functions are shielded off for developers. So like PMDG could, and other developers could have everything ready to go. But you know, if they're not allowed certain code, then they cannot implement it. That's why I will see some developers will have to put inop on some buttons. You know, this is not working, it's inoperative. But they do say it's not our fault, you know, because the developers know what they're doing. So yeah, so it's also like a way of getting to learn, you know, what to do with these kinds of things. I mean, like that, you know, I would almost feel like, can we not just fly through it, you know, just see what happens. But maybe I'll do that one day. I'll just load up the aircraft and then just ask for rain. So this always looks like there's this little sticker on it, like this was repaired or something in a repair center. And then they put a little sticker like, yeah man, we serviced this, it's serviced. So next time I'm going to call the technical help desk. Hey man, this is Arkady, how are you doing? Listen, I bought this Boeing 777-F a couple of years ago, and yeah, it's not functioning properly. It's been drinking a lot of fuel lately, and at every airport that we go it wants to drink some more. Do you think there might be a problem? Do you have any kind of service center? And they will ask me, oh, what's the serial number? So I will have a look at the serial number and say, hey, is there maybe like a red dot somewhere on your device? And I'll be like, yeah, there's actually a red dot. It looks like a very big round. And they say, okay, so that has been serviced, because we were actually having a recall campaign, but in this case your device does not need to be recalled, but we'll still help you. So Arkady, tell me blah 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 blah, you know, so it looks like that. Like I need like nothing, and my brain will come up with all these weird things sometimes. Right, so the weather is weathering, 35,000 feet, speed 823, and it should go up to 833, yeah. So we have 1 hourly updates then for the weather. So that's a bit of a slow pace. Expected time of arrival 6:30, so Around 6 o'clock will be top of descent, so I'll aim to be back at around 0500 Zulu. To prepare a little bit, check the weather, and decide on which runway are we going to use then. In our case we can decide, because we're just flying all totally on our own in the simulator. So we're not flying online or anything, so we don't have to be any sort of social about anything. Yeah, and then we'll just prepare and we'll decide on which runway using the route. In that sense, it would be nice for a change to actually do it, you know. So we have route number 2, we actually activate it, and then we land on the other runway 08 left. And I think we'll have to go back, select route 1. Yeah. Right, I will be heading off to the galley, get a top up on my iced tea. I'll be right back. Right, so Everything's still going on here. Very good. We're still flying towards Woodstock. Looks like a brain scan, man. Well, there, right there is the amygdala, and when that is a little bit small, then it may be that your daughter is a psychopath. You know, stuff like that.
Yesterday. There's some light controls here. We can turn it on bright and also turn it off. But now to turn it off, there's, you know, daylight, but it actually got pretty dark. What it was not able to find out was how to turn on all the lights in the cargo area. Oh look, I didn't notice that there's actually... That is so cute, look at that, that's a little window. Oh man, I'm loving this so much, this is so cute. Now obviously we need to see if that's on both doors, and obviously it is. Oh, this is also different, look. On another flight this was actually totally full and we couldn't walk here. Oh, that's also interesting, so let's go a little bit faster. I'm gonna go back here, I'm getting scared. AT still on, that's good. Holding altitude 25,000 feet, speed LNAV, VNAV path. So there's some severe weather up ahead, man. So I'm not really sure what to do. Probably nothing. It'll probably be fine, but yeah, interesting nonetheless. There's quite some heavy weather approaching for sure. Okay, so I'm just checking with the chat GPT what they're saying. So basically saying we're from Osaka to Honolulu and the flight over 350, we see on the weather radar big red chunks of weather, so what to do? Can we simply keep on flying? What's the deal? So that is very strong returns. So that's the, yeah, so it's a very strong return, and they said that usually it's severe thunderstorms, BB, nimbus clouds, sorry about that. Also means very strong turbulence, hail, severe updrafts, downdrafts, potential structural stress. In real life, pilots never just fly straight through big red weather unless they absolutely have no choice, which is rare. You should not just keep flying straight through it. Here's what you should do, like a real cruise: plan to deviate. Start planning a deviation around it, left or right. In real life, pilots ask A2C for permission to deviate, but in FS 2020 you can do it yourself, obviously. Rule of thumb, stay at least 20 nautical miles away from strong red echoes. Ideally, even more if possible. Look to navigational display range, zoom out a little to see where the worst parts are, find the safest gap to go through, or you route around the edge of the weather. Use the tilt function, that's what we already did earlier. Has a tilt adjustment, set the radar tilt slightly down, -1 to -3 degrees, to see weather forming at or below your altitude. This gives you better depth to decide if you can climb over or descend under the weather. Although at flight level 350 you probably can't climb much higher. So consider altitude. If the tops of the storm clouds are above you, and they often are for big reds, climbing won't help. Better to deviate sideways. Cumulonimbus stops can reach 50,000 feet or more in the Pacific. So the short answer, I think, try to stay at least 20 nautical miles clear of strong returns, use tilt to check storm heights, and do not keep flying through it. You risk turbulence, cargo shifting, even virtual airframe stress and realism in your flight. So since you're saying here, extra tip, since you're flying Osaka Honolulu, long overwater Pacific crossing, you have plenty of space to gently weave around storms. It's normal and expected on real oceanic flights. Right, that's pretty cool. So, how the hell do we go around this? What I want to know first, it is quite a big area, but definitely mostly to the left and not towards the right. The wind at where we are at now is actually coming from behind us, so it's not like it's blowing us everything to the right, for instance. Yeah, so at the same time, weather is actually super bad. So the advice, what they said here, like tilt below. Let's actually do that. So looking down a little bit more. I'm not sure how the cycle works. I think you can see it right there. It's sort of going through the refresh cycle. So there could be, let's see if where's our heading. Let's see. If we were able to take heading for a bit, look at this heading, that would be okay. And maybe we'll do that for a little bit. Let's have a look at where we are. So these are just like Pacific waypoints, I guess. 470 nautical miles until the next one. So yeah, let's maybe just in fact and deviate for a little bit. So we'll go heading hold. Wait, this is heading hold, right? I don't think that's what I mean. Heading select. There you go, heading select. So now we're turning right. That's pretty interesting, man. Now do bear in mind we are actually looking down a little bit. So what if we were to look straight ahead? Will that gap remain? It looks like it. And at least there's no red there, so they said try to stay at least 20 nautical miles away from the red areas. And this is also why we carry a little bit more fuel on board. If we go to the OFB, you'll see the block fuel 68,749, and then we have final reserves plus the alternate airport. So we do have some extra fuel that we can burn, but this rate, what is our fuel rate now actually? Let's have a look at the fuel page. The engine page that will show you the fuel flow. So it looks like we're burning about 8,000 kilograms of fuel per hour. That's basically 1 hour of deviation, and then we will basically run into trouble because we are not allowed to land. Basically, when you're below a certain threshold of final reserves, then basically you should declare a mayday. Meaning that you do not have sufficient fuel to make it to any alternative airport, and that you also no longer have sufficient fuel to fly the least amount of contingency flying, if you want to call it that. So when looking straight ahead now, this looks a little bit better. But this is quite a big area. It's like 160 nautical miles. There's some red areas up ahead there as well. I will try to look above it, but I'm not really sure how high we can go now. We can go maximum 354. So that's, yeah, that's nothing. So now let's look below again. So we could just like thread the needle, you know, like say, well, now let's go that direction. So maybe that's just what we'll do. But we are looking below a little bit, so that means that we should maybe consider losing a bit of altitude. So let's descend to 330 and we'll just do flight level change. So what if we look straight ahead again? Maybe at some point actually turn left. This is so funny. It's like a game. It's like a game within a game. There's some green and yellow areas. Right up ahead there is definitely red. And then there is a bit of nothing. So are we going through these two reds via the green, or are we going through the yellow? So let's just try this, cutting it a little bit close.
let's see how the weather develops. I'm quickly going to step off into the galley for a second. I'll be right back. Alright, so we're doing this now. There's some green area up ahead where it's flight level 330 again. Potentially burning a little bit more fuel. We're now 3.7 per engine. Well, at least we're not flying back through that area that as our flight plan would take us there. Liking this open tuning a lot. Alright, so I have to step away again for a second to leave to the galley. Let's see if we can thread the needle right there. That is yellow. Oh, see what's going to happen. I'll be right back.
Alright, so here we are now. This is looking a little bit better. So it looks like we can slowly but surely get back onto our course. So how are we going to do this? I think a left turn. Straight through there, maybe stay away from that red area a little bit. But it's not a big red blob, you know. Nothing too crazy there. And I'm really liking this, man. It's actually quite unexpected. And very cool. Makes for a very interesting experience, for sure. Often would be flight level 335. You know what, let's actually do that. Why not? Because since we deviated, we have used a little bit more fuel as well, right? So flight level change to 335. And this weather in front of us looking, beginning to look a lot better. Cool. Yeah, I like how this. I really like how this went. I think we can just re-engage LNAV and CNAV. And then for the VNAV, we probably put in 350. Not on intercept heading. Oh, okay. so we're back. So not yet on an intercept heading. Yeah, that looks a lot better than the weather behind us. So lateral navigation is armed, but still now, so basically we now change the heading button. It will still follow the heading input. So I'm not really sure. I would assume that this would make for a better intercept heading, because it's closer to the actual trajectory or the actual track. I think what we did just get us closer to the actual track, and then it requires us, it should require a smaller angle, I guess. So not really sure how this works. Zoom in a little bit more. There, maybe that also gives some more answers. So let's just go straight to that line. We'll just do like a course deviation indicator, and we'll go find the shortest route to our track, basically. And just stick a little bit to the right of it, so we have some sort of positive or angle lower than below 90 degrees. But yeah, that was very exciting. Really nice. Really nice. I wanted to say you cannot plan this. Well, obviously I guess you can if you take notes of all the weather and everything. But even then, I don't think anyone can really predict the weather in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Although it is not based on real world weather. But the way it will display, But yeah, obviously some algorithm. But yeah, that was totally awesome. So still LNAV armed, basically flying straight to our track. LNAV, there you go. So we're no longer in heading mode, or heading select, we're now at LNAV. So AP is on, speed, LNAV, VNAV out. So now for the altitude, 350, 350, 370. I'm just going to put 370 back here. We are actually 500 feet above our, assigned altitude. We're now 2 hours and 2 minutes into the flight. Kilograms of fuel per hour. So 8 times 6, 40,000, and then we'll have 8,500 left. On progress page, telling us when we arrive, we'll have 10.2 kilograms of fuel left. But I'm happy that we're back on track. There's some weather there, next to us, to the right, but far away. In there somewhere. So I think I'll retire to the resting quarters in a little bit. 6:30, 6:05, yeah, 0500. So I'll aim to be back around that time. Because we have plenty of time to check the weather and everything. There's still no weather update. What's the time? 52. So should have one in about 1 minute. 1 or 2 minutes. Good timing, there's our weather update. Information Papa, wind 230 degrees 7 knots. So for runway 26 left, we now went from 210, 210, 230. 7 knots, visibility over 10 statute miles, clouds few at 2,000 feet, broken 3,500, broken at 7,000, broken at 25,000, 70, 26, 2.22, altimeter 290, 907. Okay. 10.3. There's no weather up ahead, so it's still looking good. So the radar's now looking straight ahead. Could maybe have it tilt down a little bit, but we'll see what weather might be forming ever so slightly below us. Can you like hold this and then, no, this is little like steps, okay. We could maybe have this navigational display. We can turn the weather on there as well. And we'll have this radar look straight ahead. Just, we'll have to be here. Just to see like what we're flying into. And that's exactly what it said, isn't it? Yeah. So we'll let that one look straight ahead. So if there's anything right up ahead, we should see it there. And if there's anything up ahead but a little bit below, we should see it here. I'm not sure what the differences are, how noticeable it is. You know, it all looks like a one big blob of mayhem. So to interpret that correctly, obviously will require some experience, which this experience might be contributing to, you know. I'll just flying over the Pacific now. So that island was interesting, huh, to see. Okay, so it ends right there. In any case, we're flying right here over the Pacific, which is a very big place. Yeah, this route just being funny. Maybe let's actually turn it off and then restart Navigraph again. Always minimize it. No, it's not buying it. Alright, that's not too bad. We'll hide it. One thing I'll have to do, I have to get us down to 35,000 precisely. I can understand that we're at 3,000. Oh wait, this is. Yeah, wait. What's our altitude now supposed to be? 350, right? So we go up 350. So flight level change should get us up there. So for this climb we went from 8,000 kilograms of fuel per hour to 1,000, or 10,000, sorry, 10,000 kilograms of fuel. Obviously we will not be climbing for an hour, but if we look at our progress page now, fuel prediction still 10.3. So it's not too impressed yet. So alt hold. Let's go back to VNF then. So VNF path. And that will stay there, and then we can now select 37,000, and hopefully by the time 1900 nautical miles it will actually climb itself to 37,000. But that's another time I'll be back anyway. So we should be able to witness it as well. Well, this is looking a lot better, doesn't it? So I was just asking ChatGPT. Can you confirm that weather actually that I was asking about? Like saying that I'm using real world weather in the simulator. It was about 90 minutes out from Osaka to Honolulu. Not quite sure. There's like 4 screenshots here. Saying yes, based on current weather data, it's plausible that you're encountering significant weather en route from Osaka to Honolulu. And then weather conditions overview. Oh, and then my page just disappears. Okay, there it is again. Japan region, a thunderstorm advisory is in effect for areas near Osaka, indicating active convective weather. Pacific Ocean. Satellite imagery of the Pacific Ocean shows areas of convective activity which could correspond to the red returns on your weather radar. Hawaii region, radar data near Honolulu indicates isolated showers and thunderstorms, suggesting some convective activity in the vicinity. Recommended actions. Avoid red radar returns. Red radars on your weather radar signify intense precipitation and potential turbulence. It's advisable to deviate around these areas to ensure a safe and comfortable flight. Use radar tilt. We're doing that on two sides, right? We have our side here looking slightly below. Actually, none of us are. We're supposed to be looking slightly below. My apologies. And then that one is looking straight ahead. That was the idea at least. But there's no weather. So that's what we're saying. So use your radar tilt, adjust your weather radar tilt to assess the vertical extent of the weather systems. This can help determine if climbing or descending is a viable option to avoid turbulence. Monitor weather updates. Stay updated with real-time weather information to make informed decisions during your flights. I really liked the earlier there was this advice saying like since you're basically at high altitude at 350, you're probably not allowed to go higher yet, so better to deviate sideways, which is what we did. And yeah, I must say that worked out fine for us, as you have witnessed. Just threading the needle a little bit. Our fuel situation is not too bad. Actually, we're 10.4 now. We were earlier 10.2, 10.3, and now it's actually 10.4. We do still have tailwind. Okay, so AT is on, speed LNAV VNAV path, 0.827 Mach, should be 0.835, but it's only 63 miles, so it might pick up a little bit later. I don't know, not too worried about it. We're holding 35,000 feet. We're following VNAV path, and there is 37,000. By the time I get back, we should actually go there. That's at GENCO. And as I said, by that time I will actually be back, or around that time, so we'll find out. Either I get back and it doesn't climb, or I get back and it has climbed, or I get back and it hasn't climbed. So I'm curious to see. Fuel flow 3.8, 3.8. So I guess this is what I'll leave the flight with for now. So maybe it's nice if we either take a window seat. I mean, this is also funny, being AFK and just having this boring look. But then I guess it's probably more interesting to put at least something like this, you know, like a window view. And at least if there's anything changing outside, you can, or in the simulator, it can be seen. And this is also giving like a nice element, I guess, of immersion for those of you who like that kind of stuff, like I do myself, obviously. I can easily turn this on and just fall asleep in 5 minutes, just seeing this simple view. This is the window, there's scenery passing by, and especially there's the sound of the engines going the whole time, and it's just don't think about that. For me, it's quite soothing, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. So yeah, I guess this is probably the best, the best option. This one, again, it's a fun option for sure. You know, like, hey, go, we're chilling, you know, but there's really nothing to see here. If we can close that door again. Yeah, so let's get back to that. Well, it's not a seat. It's actually right here in the cargo area. Oh, oops. Alright, that's it. I'll be back at around 0500 Zulu. In the meantime, enjoy. airplanes still flying. Have a look at the situation on flight deck, 35,000 feet. APU on, detail antenna staff. We got the speed lock on there for 6 hours, 4 minutes into the flight. Should have a new few weather updates. Fuel and tank remaining 18.8 thousand. And at GENCO we should be at 370, flight level 370. So I'm curious if the aircraft will do the auto step climb for that last one. Could actually change that to flight level 370 as well. Valid answer. Why? I don't know why it doesn't take them, but okay. The step climb now, so it's not climbing on its own. But at the same time we got 193 miles to go, so maybe it will after all. Time of flight was now 6:15 at 11.1 kilograms, 11.1 thousand kilograms remaining. Earlier we were 10.2, 10.3, 10.4, that's 11.1. So it doesn't look like the step climb is going automatically. To flight level change, we climb ourselves. Then we got a bunch of call messages. So I'll be right back. When I get back, we'll prepare for our descent and everything. Top of descent is not listed as such yet. Okay. So just climbing to 370 now ourselves. That's okay. Top of descent coming up right there. Alright, so I'll be right back. just 37,000 feet. Turn on VNAV again. It's not showing us the top of descent yet. But at least we got it there, so that's okay. Well, it's a couple of things. Before we set the altitude to which we will descend, let's first have some weather reports. Time is 05:04, so the latest weather report is probably at 04:53 or something. .04:57, got 1:53, 2:58, 3:55, 4:57, 4:53, 3:53, 2:53, 1:53. The wind 240, wind 90 degrees, wind 130, wind 150. So yeah, this can go all kinds of directions. So landing expected 6:14 Zulu in 1 hour and 10 minutes. So we can expect one more weather update, but by the time we'll already be descending. The 240, and then it went to 90. So 240 is like from this direction. Then it went to 90. Am I saying this correctly? Wait. Yeah, so first the weather was the wind coming from 240 degrees. And then 1 hour later it was coming from 90 degrees, from the right to the left. Then 130, then 150. So then 130, 150. So these are pretty much all crosswinds, I guess. We also have these runways. So that 90-degree wind would have been very suitable for 08 left. Just land towards the wind. So let's say if this is the condition right now, surface wind 150 degrees, that would be around from here. Then we could actually still take 08 left. It would, I guess, be better than 26 left that we had, or 26 right. So I think we probably have to do the ILS landing, which I'm definitely not sad about or anything. Go to top of descent, 5:48 Zulu. A couple of minutes before we get our latest weather update. And I think we can just leave it undecided until that point, because I believe we could see that our arrival, so the Kwame 4, RNAV arrival, is both for runway 04 left and right, 08 left and right, and 26 left and right. So in that sense, it will all take us to Kwame. I think we'll just wait it out for a little bit. Make it nice and exciting. So we do have golden hour coming up. The touchdown is expected at 6:14. This is 1 hour and 6 minutes from now. This will not be a totally nighttime landing, I guess. the sun behind us definitely beginning to speed up the setting, so it might become a nighttime landing after all. And I think we have we have the crescent smiley moon. It was on the 25th, I didn't see it then, but wait. Look at that smiley moon. The two eyes are the other way now. If it were those two stars, I'm not sure. But that's cute. So that's pretty cool. Let's go back to the flight deck. We'll leave that very thin white line that you can see. At least this is something in Microsoft Flight Simulator rather than I believe some rendering issue that I've read about it. It's supposed to also go through mountains and everything. Unless it's like a giant coastline. Yeah, so for the landing, we'll wait a little bit. Let's go through the weather reports. Let's start with the current weather report. Again, it's just saying altimeter 30 and then nothing. So do they mean 3000 perhaps? Let's go airport. Honolulu airport information, weather. Yeah, 3000. So the weather, the full weather report. Do they have ATIS available? There's an ATIS, there's a real ATIS. That's interesting. Let's try that one first. Honolulu ATIS information Quebec. So that's not ours, I think. This is takeout by PMDG, doing its own thing. Information Quebec at 0453 Zulu. So the time is actually the same, 140 at 3 knots. So again, 140, 3 knots. So 3 knots is nothing. So 140 would be, I don't know, 90, I guess like from this direction or something. So I'm thinking we'll be landing runway 08 left or 08 right. Oops. So visibility 10 statute miles, light rain, few clouds at 1500. So we might have poor visibility. Scattered at 3500 feet, broken at 6000. Fuel scattered, broken. Broken 25,000. 23 degrees, altimeter 3000. Landing parting runways 0408. Expect ILS, RNAV or visual approach. The last show is in effect. The last show like an arrival. Let's go to charts. Not sure what the last show is. These are arrival charts, right? Go back to weather. Advised approach 118.3, 119.1 is no last show. Taxiway. Last show. Taxiway. Increased berg strike hazard at all runways. Numerous cranes in the vicinity. So that's like a crane bird. In the vicinity of Honolulu Airport, check no times for ADNL info. Cool. IVO, that's it. So that's a real world ATIS. So we can expect runway 08 or 08 left or right. If we were to choose 08 left, then we don't have to use the last show thingy at all. We can just land 08 left. And then where do we park? Let's find out. Air freight. That would probably be that. So we'll touch down, 08 left, and then we'll vacate. Well, maybe Yankee or hotel. Echo. And we'll get back onto Alpha. Or maybe straight to Zulu and then turn, well, it doesn't matter. Zulu or Alpha, and then onto Alpha, and then there's the air freight section. We'll vacate left, we'll use runway 08 left to land. Wind 150 at 3. Alright, cool. So I think we should set up for runway 08. So we'll do the following. We go to charts, approach chart, runway 08 left, that has an ILS, put a pin in it, that will be our runway. This will be our final approach chart for today. We've already seen earlier that we have the initial approach fix. Talik at 17.6 nautical miles from the ILS identifier India Hotel November Lima, and we got frequency 111.7, 079 degrees heading. The glide slope will take us down from an altitude of 2200 feet. Select we need to be at 4000. 2200 feet is where the glide slope will start to take us down. Touchdown zone and the basically touchdown zone airport is at 13 feet altitude. The entire airport is. In case of a go around, we climb to 500 feet, then climbing in a right turn to 5000 feet on a heading of 200. Basically a right turn and fly back a little bit to the outbound VOR for Honolulu. 171, we join that to reach Alana, where there is a go around or a holding point. Continue climb in hold to 5,000 feet. So basically we'll climb to 5,000 feet. So first you climb to 500 feet, then you do a right turn, climbing to 5,000 feet on a heading of 200 degrees. So we'll set a heading 200, it will go this way, and then once we join up with the VOR, 114.8, let's set that, 114.8. .8 and the course was the 171 degrees. The VOR is not received yet. We can turn off the weather radar now. We'll do that on both ends. And look at that. Sun really wants to set now. Okay, so we can cancel these weather reports just to clear this list. 3 knots. Eight knots. That was quite something when it was changing to 90 degrees. And then 13 knots before it was changing from 240 degrees. I don't know, man. Could go lots of ways. ILS Park doesn't show us anything yet. To the top of descent. We haven't passed it yet. No. 0547 Zulu. In about 30 minutes, 20 minutes. So yeah, we will get a new weather update. But we'll set up for runway 08 left. Let's check our leg stage. We have 26 left, so that would then be, for instance, 08 right, but that doesn't have to be. can also just use the 08 left, which has my preference. So just go ahead and do that. So route 2 legs, and for now go departure arrival. Route 2, we chose 08 left with declining 4. So let's see if we can swap these around, shall we? If we go to the legs page, so this is in blue, so the route number 2, our backup route. We are on our way to TOMOH, so that is further down the line here. Route discontinuity. So what we can do now is maybe say THOMA, that's where we're going, the next one in the list. And then we go previous page, and we just put that on top. So now our flight plan should look the same, except that we have set up for a different runway. 08 left. That's what we'll do, so let's activate, execute, active route 2, so it's showing that it's route 2, that's also pretty cool actually, I really like that. The first time ever I think I'm actually using this for real. So discontinuity, okay, should be able to clear the message, route 1 and route 2. The legs page is now active. If you now show route 1 legs, that should be blue. And there you go. We go route 2, which is the active one. I'm loving this. So on the way to TOMOH, so nothing changed here. And look at that, it's really getting dark now. Alright, so let's stay on it. We have a limited amount of time until we reach top of descent. I would like to see a couple of things. First of all, let's set the altitude 2,200 feet in the window. So first we go down to 2,000 feet. Alright. 2,200. That's been set. So now, since we're in VNAV out, so now when we will fly over the top of descent, the aircraft will automatically start descending. That is one. Secondly, let's copy the runway. The runway is 08 left. So it comes in the scratch box, we go to fix, and this will be a fix around runway 08 left. Now what do we want it to show? We want to show the following. We want just like this black line here, which is an extension of the runway center line. We want to have that be drawn out indefinitely. That is one thing. So which direction will it travel to? It will travel to the opposite direction of 079. So the reciprocal was, let's say, 270, 260, 259. Just double check. I'm terrible at head calculations. 259. So we want it to turn to a heading of 259 degrees. And the distance of 9 nautical miles. 259 at 9. And as you can see, this will now draw. So this was earlier, this was blue, and now this is actually our active color. So this is the 9 nautical mile range link, 9 miles on both sides from the runway center line, or sorry, not the runway center line, from the ILS, from the localizer. 259 at 9, and we could maybe also say 259 at 15, just for an extra buffer. And that's around sailing, and that gives us enough time. The 9, 15, so that's 6, 7 miles for us to further stabilize. So we got that bit out, and we now go to the map view. Top of the center, there's our runway center line. So we can already see we'll be landing like that direction. Right, so that is one thing. That is not everything. But it doesn't have to be everything. That's where we come in. Go to the fuel prediction on our progress page. 11.5 when we land at 0607 Zulu. 11.5 thousand kilograms to top of descent is 112 nautical miles. Let's check a couple of things. $9,000, $8,000 or above. Shell, Selig, we should be 4,000 or above. Let's make it 4,000, so 220. Wait, we don't have to use that one, so /4,000. Add Selig. Getting discontinuity here. I don't know what it is. But we execute, discontinuity, go. Go to the legs page, see if there's a, I don't know what triggered to show us that again. So 4,000 feet. Top of descent, 119 miles. And now for the inlet, so the approach reference speed, we'll choose flat 30, at this moment giving us 142 knots. So we had 5, so 147 knots final approach speed. This is based on 08 left, so that is correct. It's showing discontinuity again, maybe because it needs to process a couple of new things, I'm not really sure. To go, for instance, departure, arrival, route, legs. And if we go to inlet ref again, it's not showing it. So maybe, yeah, it's like a new thing. Actually, 141 knots. And then discontinuity. I don't know, maybe it's like a constant reminder that we're using the secondary flight plan or something. I don't know. But yeah, we'll take it. 8,000 or above. And then speed-wise, so we could see the inlet ref page 141 to 146. So we could maybe put in 146 at the runway 08 left. So 146 forward slash the runway 08 left. Execute. So we've had a look at that. Then a couple of other things. Let's start from the top. Transition altitude 18,000 feet, which is normal for the United States. So the local QNH that we have now is 3000. So they made it short 30. And let's switch from hectopascal to inches. So we are now at 2992, and then we should put in 3000. Now this is just pre-dialing it. So 3000 inches, or 30.0. Wow, it's really getting dark now. Look at that. And that's enough out. I'm not understanding what's happening here. Should be on our way. Or did I change the... wait, THOMA Torkel? Yeah, we should be on our way to Torkel, man. What? I'm not sure what... maybe that was what the message was about. So Torkel. Direct. Then are we up taking a left turn? Yes, we are. Fortunately. Phew. I don't know what was going on there. So what if we go to our inner left page again, for instance? And that's now no longer giving us that message. So maybe that was a warning us that we're no longer following the waypoints, but I'm not really sure why. Maybe after switching around we needed to re-engage LNAV or something, which we actually didn't, but anyway, let's continue. So top of descent coming up quite shortly. And a new weather report in about 20 minutes. So, touch and zone, airport elevation 13 feet. Localizer is 111.7, final approach course 079. So they should be in the NAVRAD page by now, 111.7 and 079. So that's in there. Final approach course, and then 2200 feet will be the glide slope intercept at Block 3. And then the decision altitude. 200 feet radio altitude. So put this on radio. And it's by default at 200 feet here. So that means we've set our landing data. So let's get the checklist up. So before we descend, we'll check the recall. Can never hurt to check the recall when being away for a couple of hours, I guess. Note auto brake, landing data VREF at minimums. We got the left speed on minimums, landing data. I guess we're all good there. And approach briefing, we've pretty much completed that as well. Let's go to the plan page once more. Zoom in a little bit more. You can already see the situation. We're coming from this direction, and then on our way to Shell, and then after Shell taking us to Selig. And at Selig we can turn on the localizer. We will be at Selig 15, 16, 17 miles out. So we should definitely be able to turn on the localizer then. And at Selig our altitude will be 4,000 feet. and not 4,000 or above, but exactly 4,000. So I guess that's yeah, that's our approach briefing. And then after touchdown, we'll vacate to the left, and we get ourselves onto Alpha or Zulu, and then we get all the way back to the left, to the west side of the airport, as we could see here. So 08 left, landing in this direction, and then vacate somewhere to the left. So let's say from Hotel or from Echo, and then we'll get onto Alpha. That will take us all the way here, and it will continue to be Alpha until we are here at Alpha 432, which is at the air freight section. That will be our place, I guess. Okay, so we've briefed that. Top of descent at 20 miles. So let's go ahead and check with this. So recall has been checked. Notes not applicable. Auto brake. So we'll use auto brake 2. Landing data VRF minimums has been checked as well. Approach briefing completed. So that's descent checklist complete. And then there's approach at 18,000 feet. We'll switch over to local pressure. But we're not there yet. We are not even descending. That's 10 nautical miles. 544. So let me start the Sky Dolly recording. 5 miles ago. Estimated fuel at Honolulu will be 11.7 thousand. 11,700. Now, and this is auto descending. As you can see, we'll start to be a little bit on the high side here, but the airplane's catching up, only descending like 500 feet per minute, now reaching 900. So this number should stop after a while, and otherwise we'll just use our speed brake. So looking at this, we're pretty much doing a straight-in landing and approach. So J-Lake, basically we're just going this direction, and then we're turning. This is based on the old approach. Why don't we change that scanner? I'm not going to bother. Okay, so the VOR is picked up, the Honolulu VOR. 3,000, so we're actually still a little bit high. We're descending 4,000 feet per minute. It is now dropping Now let's see how this goes. different turning, try to find. Okay, enough of that. Still a little bit high there, 1788, and the rate change is not really great, so let's extend our speed brakes. That should change. Look at that. You can get nice and close like this. I like it. There it goes. Right, so that's how we expedite. That went really quick. But outside there's really nothing to see. But that's okay, we can just fly on our instruments. We do still have a tailwind up here. And what's the time? 5:50, so we can expect the latest weather report in about 3-4 minutes, maybe a little bit later. So 18,000 feet, so we'll go to local pressure. That's 3000 on both sides. can see that we're now a little bit below the profile. Also that's changing now. Go to the flight plan page on our way to Kwani. It's 26 miles. Should be 9,000 feet or above. So what if we change this to 9,000 feet and not above? What would predict then? So /9,000. Let's try that. We're now on profile basically. And then, boom, there you go. So we have a vertical deviation, so let's get our some more speed brakes out. I'm not sure if this is like the way to do it. Obviously in real life you will get vectors and or vectors or clearances. But maybe even then you'll have to probably do some things to make sure that you make it there. So maybe that's just what we're doing. Or maybe like when they say go to 9,000 feet, you either change it in here, or you just use open descent kind of thing. I must say this is getting confusing. This is the outbound radio, I believe, for the VOR. I'm going to turn off the VOR here for a bit. That doesn't really move the... okay. Right, so let's get our speed brakes in again. 11,400 feet. Alright, so 10,000 feet, we'll turn on the landing lights. And let's start up the APU. And this is why the range links really help out, to give you some idea of how quickly you get to a certain position, you know. Okay, so the time 5:54. There's no new message yet, but it will be coming momentarily, so we can go to the com page real quick. And by the time a new message comes, we'll be at it really quickly. So 10,000 feet. Local QNH. We're aiming for 9,000 feet and 7 nautical miles. Looks like it's doing a good job on its own. Speed 240, so we're decelerating a little bit there as well. North, let's go unit ref. Yeah, that's still 146, that hasn't changed. Okay, back to the legs page. Kwani in 4 miles. So now we're just standing by really for the latest weather report. And there's our latest weather report. Calm. Wind 350 degrees, 4 knots. So it's really been changing around a lot. 350, that is basically from here. So in that sense, we would actually need 26 right. We're not changing it. We're not changing our runway. It's only 4 knots. It's pretty okay. For, let's see, what was it? 350, basically from this direction, more or less. Something like that. So, yeah, it's more of a crosswind than a tailwind, really. And it's only 4 knots. But I do like to see what's on the real world. ATIS 7 minutes ago was updated, and they're saying 340 at 4 knots, a couple of clouds, overcast 6,500, 23 degrees, 3001. We'll use the one that's used in Flight Simulator. I'm still expecting runways 4 and 8. So, with the wind from 340, which is even 10 degrees more to the left, basically, to our rear, they're still using runway 08. So we got that. Very good, thank you. 3001. So this is actually, we need to update that. 3002. Come on. Just 1. Come on, man. There you go. 3001 on both sides. Okay, so the weather report can go. Actually, yeah, 4 knots. Okay, so go back to the checklist. The approach checklist has been completed. We set the altimeter, so that finally there's the landing checklist. Speed brake arms, landing gear down, flaps 30. On our way to Battery. We'll be there in 1 mile. And then Shell. There's not a whole lot to see, but we can see that there's definitely some humidity in the sky. And now the second ring is coming there as well. And that's where the glide slope should start to take us down. So things are going to be changing quite fast now. We do not have DME yet on the ILS or on the localizer. Progress page telling us distance to go 26 miles. So any moment now we should get DME. Let's turn on the seatbelt sign. And let's also turn on the runway turn-off lights and the taxi lights. And we may at some point need to turn off the dome lights. Shells in 1.8 miles. We do not have DME yet, but the localizer is not alive, if you will. Distance go 20 miles. ILS runway 08 left, that will be our chart. This is ILS DME, so it does have DME. And there we are, 20 miles, 20.1. Alright, so let's see if we can now arm the localizer then. Localizer armed. Localizer captured. We're on our way to factory, speed 170. And 2,200 feet. We're below the glide slope. Speed 237. So let's arm the approach. There's our runway. So we can arm the speed brake now for the landing checklist. So 14 miles out, 14.2 miles out. Let's go flap 1, see if we can create a little bit more drag. Glide slope coming up. Range 11.2 miles. With a very clear visibility. The runway. I don't see anything of the clouds that they were talking about. 2,500 feet. Flaps 5. About to be captured by the glide slope, and I think the speed in the box will then become active. Look at that. So let's put that to speed for flaps 5. We're 9 miles out. Flaps 15. So we set the speed for flaps 15. 8 miles, let's drop the gear. Crew, take your seat for landing. So the landing gear is coming. The final approach speed will be 146 knots. We got 141 plus 5 for wind. But we can keep it on the low side because we have a little bit of a tailwind actually. 15, flaps 15. So let's go flaps 25, flaps 20, flaps 25. We're 5 miles out.
1,000.
This should actually be quite established now, so let's go 146 and go full flaps. And then we'll disengage the autopilot. And we'll just hand fly the rest of our approach. little bit high.
300. Approaching minimums. Minimums.
Continue.
100. 50. 30.
Idle.
20.
Flare. Let's touch down. And it's nose gear touchdown. Welcome to Honolulu, everybody. Full reverse. And maybe with a little bit of braking, extra toe braking. Can we make this one? Sure we can. Well, that was pretty cool. Suffocating runway to the left, which should get us onto Alpha. Which is saying Echo. And then Yankee, I think actually, so we are now in Yankee, I'm not really sure, but let's take a left here. A little bit hard to see, especially there's some light shining on my monitor. Okay, so what does this say that we're at? Look at that, we're at Alpha. Okay, we can turn off the landing lights. Now let's have a look at our situation here. So we are at taxiway Alpha. That will bend towards the right. And then we'll just keep left basically. And then there's a cargo ramp. There's actually a cargo ramp earlier there. Yeah, so we could maybe settle down there as well. Right after we bend to the right. Okay, so what's going to happen with this aircraft? Looks like they're waiting for us, but the moment we start driving, we'll just drive through it. So, yeah. Fucking brake release. Would there be a way around it? No, we'll just have to go straight. I guess we can take a right turn here. It is a little bit poorly lit, I must say. Not a little bit, it is extremely poorly lit. It's not lit at all. And as you can see, there appears to be an aircraft there and here as well. So yeah, that's just a little bit lame. You cannot see that shit. So I'm just going to stop here. Doesn't matter. So, parking brake set. And that's it. So sorry about the parking job. As you can see, there is nothing to see until you're right on top of it. Not very realistic at all. So just stop here. Alright, anyway, so that's it. Flew from Osaka to Honolulu. And we flew this in about 7 hours and 19 minutes. I think actually a little bit faster than predicted. I think the prediction was 7 hours 22 minutes. Yeah, just a little bit quicker. Cool. Anyway, thank you very much for checking. Always appreciate it a lot. So once again, thank you very much for that. And yeah, just leave a like or a comment or subscribe or whatever, you know. Just curious about your thoughts. So everybody stay funky, and I will see you at the next video. Bye bye.